Well, hello, and welcome back. I'm Age O'Neill, and we are doing some live code. And I actually forgot to turn the heaters on, and it's a little cold in here. So let me do that real quick. Boom! Boom! They have to warm up first, ironically. You got to run them with the fan on, because you can't turn the heater on. Actually, in this weather, it's probably not too bad. I probably can't just go straight to heater mode. I think I will, because it's not below freezing. But a bug with the Vornado heaters is that if you use them when it's cold, the fans don't spin and then they melt the fan blades. I have personally experienced this. But it's getting a lot warmer. It's already 50 degrees in here. Okay. I don't like that smell. It smells like plastic melting. I don't know. Oh my. Okay. Yeah, I don't like that smell. That's not a good smell. I think the fans, I think this is so stupid because they should just put it in the microchip on the fan. It's probably because they realized this after the fact and they just put a paper notice because they'd already made 1 million of these things or 10,000 or whatever it is. And so it's, it wasn't cost effective to go back and then actually fix them and update the firmware on the, or replace the microcontroller because it might be something where you can't just update the firmware, Anyway, that's not what we're worried about. What we're worried about... Oh, no music is going. I thought, it's too quiet in here. It feels so alone. You always feel less alone when there's music. There we go. What am I doing then? Okay. Okay, so, first of all, let's go ahead and mark these as completed. Because we did that last time. Let's see. I think these were done during the same session. So, those two are done. Now we're working on... Now this is the big enchilada right here. Actually, hold on. I don't like the way that looks. It's difficult to read. Let's try this. I think this will work out. There we go. I like that better. Alright. So, we're going to replace dashcore-lib. That's the goal today. Well, at least for the first part. Hopefully we can squeeze in some other goals as well. Good, but the DashTX is not fully production ready at this point. Oh, also, we need to take a good sip from our our wonderful friend Mr. Mountain Dew. So let's pop a top. Oh, there he is. If we can pop that top. There we go. Open a little focus. Sip it down. Got to start the morning off right, you know? Okay. All right. So we need to get rid of this one. Also, before I do that, I'm going to do a little quick side tangent. I think that there is a PR that I made the other day that needs to get fixed in relation to this so that the Insight API can get updated. So it's still kind of part of all this, but it's one level removed. I'm going to see if I can figure out... I think somebody sent me a message. All right. Do. Here we are. The latest version, 20. What did that come out last night? Ah, crap. This means I'll probably have to go update 5 other things. But such is the way. Alright. I have the dependency chain here. Dashcore node is at the bottom, other than that Insight API kind of depends on it, but it's through its own package management system that is not this package management system. So Dashcore is both at the top and the bottom. Anything else depend out on Insight? No. Okay. So it looks like we're good to just update this one, I think. Well, wait. What is this updating? This is updating Dashcore node. It's updating Dashcore node to use dashcore-lib. And dashcore-lib is a dependency of Insight. Okay, so we need to go update both. Glad I made that little tree for myself. Alright, git clone. Okay, what was the other thing that it depends on? I need to put this in its own window. I like this. It's a little upbeat, but still simple. Upbeat but chill. Alright, I think we can turn this down from high to medium on the heat here. There we go. Warmed it up very quickly, just a couple minutes and the whole room is 10-15 degrees warmer. That's what's nice about electric heat. Well, I guess, yeah, gas would be better, but you wouldn't have gas in a shed. Okay, so there's this one, and then what was the other one? Insight API. So both of these PRs need to be updated. In fact, what I should do is just go directly to here On both of these, I should go to the existing pull request. That's what I need to do. And I need to go find mine under dash hive. That's the one I need to clone. Okay, and I think both of these were called bump version or something. Let's see what... They're both called bump version, okay. Do y'all hear the train in the background? Is that loud enough for you to hear? Okay, dashcore-lib. Wait. Oh. All right. Wait, no. Dang it. There we go. Alright, I'm on the bump version on both of these. Yes. Yes, I want to use risky packages. They're going to cause pwnage. Oh, there we go. Um... Oh, wait. Oops. I need to do these one at a time. Alright, let's try that again. So this needs to be 1. Okay, so this needs to go here. I'm kind of surprised that worked out the way that it did. And then this one huh. Alright, done and done. Okay. So that's very simple. And then let's take a look at this one again. Alright, cool. Alright, that's good. Okay, that did have a difference. I just want to make sure that these commits actually did something. Because it's very possible that with the rebase that they became nothing commits. Nothing burgers! Okay, cool. So hopefully those will get updated and redeployed. Hey, Forgod, what's up? Long time no see. How are you doing? Oh, and you brought friends. Or at least I wasn't noticing other people join while I was over here picking my nose. But the thing is, I got a cold, so what am I to do? It's what happens when you're half committed. You know, you got to go either full night owl, live the nocturnal life, lose your wife and kids, or keep your wife and kids, live the half nocturnal life, and then get sick all the time. You know, that's the way of it. And the funny thing is, I had to live the half nocturnal life to get the wife and kids. So, one might say justice is served. Maybe shouldn't have pretended to be somebody that I wasn't. Maybe should have just looked for a nocturnal life. That could have come off wrong. We'll just edit. That's... Thank goodness I'm not popular enough for bad clips to go viral. Shh, I never said it. Everything's good, just working. How did you get the... You were trying for switching positions into... I don't remember if it was to or from the data analytics role. Senior DE role. What does DE stand for these days? We got too many things changing all the time. Okay. Data engineering. Okay, right. One of those terms I'm not familiar with because I don't do data engineering. Okay, this one's a little too hardcore, this piece of music here. I think I'm going to tone this down. We're going to skip that one. All right. And now we're back onto the main enchilada. So hopefully those changes get pushed through, and then I can take out the custom insight API from here. Although, tomato, potato. I need to set up another instance of the insight API and then transition this one over, because right now it's in a Franken state because I had to do, because the way the bespoke module system works, I had to do weird stuff to get it to install the correct versions of things, because it's got its own system. Well, so the senior is a term that's getting very I don't know. The fact that you are out there and trying to learn more probably puts you a cut above the rest. You are probably somewhere in the realm of probably close to the top 1%, right? Because most people are just doing their job to get their job. If they don't get training on the job, that's it, whatever. It's their employer's responsibility to train them up to senior level. If their employer doesn't do it, then they just work the same year of experience over and over and over again. Very few people are actively interested in developing themselves beyond what they need to get their paycheck in. This economically makes sense. So the fact that you're out there could mean that you are quite a bit above the rest. Also, because there's such a great need in the industry, and because people don't like to call... We should have never invented the term junior. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. I think the term junior came around in the age of boot camps, and it was a huge mistake because junior has... It would be different if it were a craft where you have an apprenticeship, but we don't have apprenticeships. So to be an apprentice would be one thing, but that would mean that you would be an apprentice under a master. And the master, craftsman, smith, whatever, would be training you up in a specific art form, that a subset of the entire art, a specific subset of the art form, to be able to work in that vein. But our industry has become so everybody moves all over the world, works remotely, etc., that you don't have that kind of relationship anyway, and our industry just doesn't really go to it. So the term senior, it is not uncommon now for people who have 1 to 2 years experience to move into a senior role. And when I say not uncommon, I mean the 1%, or maybe the top 10%. I would, that's fairly common. We're not talking 1 out of 10,000 or 1 million or whatever. But I am hearing stories of people that have very little experience, but who are ambitious, that are getting senior roles. And then the term senior has been replaced with something like fellow or staff, or I don't know. I don't, things are moving too fast to keep up with. It's insane. Never in human history, certainly not in the last 100 years, have we had some sort of bubble phenomenon where We have to create new titles for people every few years. But that's kind of what's happening. But we should have never called people junior. It feels derogatory. It's not meant to be, but it kind of feels that way. And nobody wants to hire a junior. You know, just nobody. Somebody who's thinking, I'm going to get the most expensive person I can by getting the least experienced person and then paying them to take 100 times longer than the experienced person. That kind of person is looking for a junior. But in general, people aren't looking for junior because they, you know, if anybody who's been in the business long enough realizes one of two things. Either you have to do some sort of apprenticeship to raise people up. If you don't have the capacity to do that, don't hire somebody that you can't. You know, you can't provide that opportunity to. And the other thing is, if you have to pay twice as much for someone who can get 10 times as much done, well, you're gonna pay twice as much, right? So, I think that there is. I think it gave psychologically, you know, the detriment of being called a junior, not knowing how you get to go beyond junior. How do you know when you've arrived? As far as a label, and years of experience don't do it really well. So I like that better because it's better. But how do you qualify someone's at a senior level? Years of experience don't mean what level they're at, because you could have the same year of experience 10 years in a row. Anyway. Honestly, don't care about the title. Senior, staff plus, fellow plus. Just care about being fairly compensated, and I don't know what that acronym means. But, work-life balance. Work-life balance. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I caught it slightly before you said it. If you my gears were turning. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm just saying I don't know what people should be paid anymore. I don't know what people should be called anymore. Things are just moving too fast, but I do know that we should have never called people junior. That was a bad move for everyone, for the employer, for the individual. Yeah. Anyway, so let me see if I can swap out this library here. So I'm going to go into package.json. And, I already deleted it, right? Yeah. No. Here it is. So we're going to deletinate that. Okay, deletinated. And then we're going to need to install DashTX. And we'll see how this goes. Remove 24 packages. Huzzah. All right. So let's see where's the dashcore stuff. Lib dashcore. So we're going to get rid of that. So at the top level now, we should just have basically one file. Yeah, that's essentially what we've got. Oh, and I forgot to turn on the light to take away my raccoon eyes. There we go. No more. Well, I still have them a little bit. Let's see here. Let's see if we can brighten this up. This is getting brighter. Move this over a little bit. Oops. I'm going to turn the brightness up on the camera a little bit. We got a little bit of cloud cover. It's so strange between the different days. What's light? What's dark? There we go. So hopefully now my face doesn't look dark and sullen and tired as much as it did, at least. Okay, so we got rid of those, and then we need to update wallet, and then we're just going to get rid of dashcore, and instead we will have DashTX. Transaction. New transaction. I'm going to go look up the documentation, but I'm pretty sure the way that I made it, it's just a matter of let temp tx equals, I think we don't even worry about creating a new transaction. It's just UTXOs, but they need to be in the right format. They need to be in core format, not in insight format. And then I think I don't know if I made it 2 or if I made it addresses. Let's go check that out. Also, let's take a minute to clean up some tabs, because tabs will be the death of me. All right, we already have that one over on the right. We don't need this one. We don't need this one. Oh, it's a little drafty. That's weird. I guess it's not weird. It's a shed. For some reason, I wasn't expecting it. Accountability would be a great word to scrap titles. Tell me more. What programming language will withstand the test of time and always be desirable by future employers? Your opinion. So my opinion is that the question is flawed. And the reason the question is flawed is that you have to tell me what the goal is, what a person wants to do or what they want to be developing in, for me to answer that. Because so JavaScript, I think, is always going to be around forever, but the trend is increasingly to not use it, to use it as a compile target, but not use the language. So you have other languages like React and Svelte, which have, is it Svelte? They have their own separate language, and it has a lot of JavaScript stuff in it, but it's not JavaScript. It's an entirely separate language. And people are learning those. Do I think React is going to withstand the test of time? I hope not. But it could, just like PHP, right? PHP, terrible language, lots of bad choices. No matter how the apologists say, oh, well, it's okay because, they made a workaround for this thing, and even though the language is terrible, at least it can do this, whatever. And I think that's kind of the state that React could be in, where it's going to stick around forever. WordPress sites are always going to be around. PHP is always going to be around. Something about React may stick around forever, but I think that it'll kind of fall by the wayside eventually. Every programming language kind of has a niche, and that niche is ultimately destroyed by some phenomenon, right? So Ruby on Rails is great for making cookie cutter sites. If you need a site with some basic CRM-iness, Ruby on Rails is still good for that. And Ruby, I don't know what else Ruby is good for than Rails, but there's still some things that it's good for. There's just other languages that are better. Go, all of the internet infrastructure has been rewritten in Go. It could all get rewritten in Rust, but I think that Go is going to stay around for a long time. So I would say focus less on languages and focus more on fundamentals, because the fundamentals don't ever change. Learn how to program well. Learn how to write clean architecture. Learn how to do the things that most people don't learn how to do. And then when you pick up some tool, regardless of whether or not that tool follows any good design patterns, you can still use that tool and at least understand what's good and what's bad about it. So, yeah, the things that were there early on are going to stay around to some degree. I hope to see more and more of the Linux kernel rewritten in Rust or Zig, but C will always be around because you're never going to fully get rid of those systems. Even 50 years from now, there's going to be systems that are running virtual machines that have DOS in it, right? So the things that have been around will always be around, and the cost of hiring a developer for that stuff may go up because it becomes esoteric. But the world will change. That's like saying you're a mechanic and you want to know, well, I guess with a mechanic is a little bit different because it takes a lot more to make an industry shift. You don't just do a software update and get a new engine in your car. But to some degree, if you're a mechanic, you were pretty well set working on transmissions, being a transmission mechanic, and then automatic transmissions come around and it changes the game and everything's different and the principles don't apply to that specific niche. It's a different type of architecture. So in every field, there's going to be things that change. I think that JavaScript will always be around as a target. I don't know if people are going to be programming in JavaScript in 10 years. I hope so. I hope that we go back to programming in JavaScript, but we may not. People never liked JavaScript from the beginning. They wanted to do anything else but JavaScript. JavaScript had its day in the sun for all of, I don't know, 2 or 3 years, and then people started building languages on top of it to compile down. So that's, but, you know, find somebody who knows JavaScript. Really hard. Very difficult to find somebody who knows JavaScript. You can find people who know React. You can find people who know other languages that will compile down into JavaScript. But find people that actually know JavaScript it's pretty difficult. And everybody thinks they know JavaScript because they know some language like TypeScript or React or whatever that compiles down to JavaScript. And so they think they know JavaScript, but then you ask them basic JavaScript questions, they won't be able to answer them. Okay, back to closing these things out. Doo-doo. All right, No Deck Low Jack, you are welcome. Yeah, it was a Microsoft employee. So I said that the TypeScript. So there's an alias in JSDoc between function and callback. A callback is a usage of a function. So when you use a function in a particular way, it's called a callback. And I'm trying to think of this. Okay, when you use leather in a particular way, it's called a whip. Or a saddle. Or, you know, something else. I'm just trying to, at first I was thinking of string and rope, you know, cotton. Okay, yeah, so if you use cotton in a particular, and I was trying to think of, okay, what's long and strippy, and then I got into, but anyway, cotton, a rope is a particular use of cotton. But anyway, so a callback is a particular use of a function. It's how you use the function. If you use the function like a callback, it's a callback. And so I'm opening issues saying, hey, this is really wrong and confusing because I can't use at function and I have to use at callback, but these things aren't callbacks because I'm not doing something asynchronous. I'm not waiting for a reply. I'm not waiting for a call back. And people often don't think about what the term means. I mean, just think about what it means in English. Just, I'm going to call you back. I can't do it right now. I'll call you back. Thanks for auditioning. We'll call you back. You know, it's a callback. It's a theater term, most specifically, and then it's a generic English term in terms of communication. Call back. You know, do it later. So if a function, an anonymous function, is a function without a name, a callback is typically an anonymous function, but it's an anonymous function that is used to do something later. And yeah, that was very frustrating. Okay, I'm going to get back to DashTX here. Are y'all up to speed? Anybody want some background on what I'm doing? Working on stuff for the Dash incubator. I don't know who's been following these projects, but there's a big, huge library that has a lot of native code that has to be transpiled to work in the browser. It ends up being something like 2 megabytes minified and compressed and all that. And so I have been slowly over the past couple months working on replacing it with small native JavaScript tools. So now it's a few kilobytes rather than a few megabytes. Well, I guess a few hundred kilobytes. And so everything's coming back to the end here. All right, Scrum and Kanban define 3 specific accountabilities: developers, owner, and master. They don't have testers, designers, etc. Within the team, there are no hierarchies. However, it does exist within the organization. Hopefully, does this make sense? So, oh, Caspers. I didn't even... Hey, Caspers. So, I did not recognize your icon. It looked like an abstract, because it's really small. And so, it looked like an abstract... I don't know, but it didn't look like faces with a background. So now I get closer to it. I can see, and I didn't read your name for whatever reason. I didn't actually read the name. I read the comment, but didn't read the name. What's up? Well, I don't think you can operate really well without hierarchies. Hierarchies are actually important. At certain levels, we want to avoid hierarchies, but overall, hierarchies are that's how civilization is defined. You know, we have the earth, we have nations, we have states and provinces, we have cities and counties and neighborhoods and homes and families and self. But yeah, I think a small cross-functional team can be good. But there has to be a designer if you're going to... or you're saying the word developer means developing the product, and software developers and pixel designers are both developers in that sense. Is that what you're saying? But I don't know that accountability... I don't know. We need a way to identify skill level. Okay, so inputs. Oh, good. I actually gave this a pretty decent name here. Inputs, outputs, and then... Wait, is this the way that I actually... described it? Excuse me. I may need to update the documentation. The documentation may be out of date with the code. Let me go look at the code. Because I think I decided on just doing what is done in core. Let's see, where is... Address, TX ID, and output index. It looks like... Okay. I'm going to have to take a look. Alright, inputs. This is much better language. Alright, let's see, what does the output look like? Address, Satoshis, pub key hash. Alright, what is pay amount? Okay, so I need to update the language in here. We're not going to use the word amount. We're going to use the word Satoshis. So Satoshis are the base unit, and they're unambiguous. So if I say amount, you might be wondering, well, which unit? But Satoshis is the base unit. So if I say 1 dash, I think that that is... One and 8 zeros, 100 million Satoshis. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to do a lot of this logic elsewhere. I'm just going to go through and... I'm doing this find and replace more manually because I want to make sure I get it in the right places. Alright, what is this returning? Create TX. I'm actually going to look for, let's see. Okay, yeah, because here I use the term amount to mean whole dash. We need to be unambiguous about that because that's just really, really confusing. There we go. Hold on a second. Okay, I think I got this now. Okay, let me check comments again. Testers, designers, etc. would be called accountabilities. Oh, okay. Okay, so you have an accountability as a tester, you have an accountability as a designer. But that doesn't really help you in terms of okay, well, maybe it does. I guess, okay, in a way, we could just get rid of the distinguishments, senior, etc. Well, okay, outside of a company, on your resume, yeah, you could get rid of junior, senior, staff, whatever. And on your resume, you do not have to put, this is one thing people need to know, you do not have to put what your job title was at the company as that company stated it on your resume. If your job title was literally junior developer, do not put junior developer on your resume. Just put software developer. Done. Because they're not going to call up and say, hey, was Joe Schmo a software developer at your company? Oh, no. He was a junior software developer. That's not going to happen. But what is a good way to establish things? Because titles are just all made up. What is a good way to be able to show that you have a level of proficiency? Because that's the greater concern, is how do you communicate a level of proficiency? Years experience is not a bad metric of all things. It's just usually an abused metric. Because the average person with 5 years experience is going to be worse than one of the top 10% or 1% that only has 2 years experience. In terms of proficiency, they're not going to be as proficient. Maybe worse is not the right term, because we don't want to value for badness. We want to value for goodness. We don't want to hire the least bad person. We want to hire the best person. So that's probably, the wording there was just wrong to begin with. But okay. So first thing we do, we swap everything from amount to Satoshi. Great. All right. Inputs and outputs. We don't need a change address necessarily, but we may. And I'm a little confused on what I was doing here. I think I'm doing doing some logic here that probably would be better done in another place. If you came up with a novel approach to something, maybe you could call yourself a breakthrough developer. I don't know if that's a joke that I'm not getting or a reference I'm not getting. It sounds like it's a pun or something. It sounds like it's a dad joke. One I just happen to not be getting. All right, I got to remember the amount here. I don't think changes how the number of outputs change the cost, but not the amount that's in the output. So we're just going to go ahead and put, well, even for testing purposes. Wait, we've got what doesn't DashTX have a calculate fee function? Shouldn't we be using that? Probably. Let me go take a look at that real quick. Oh, not a developer, just sitting here spitting out ideas. I don't know. Well, I don't understand the context of that. Like I was saying earlier, there's so many new terms and new words and new phrases that are coming out at a mind-bending pace that I don't know. So a breakthrough. So I mean, you say, okay, I had a breakthrough. I created something new in the industry. I don't know. It would just, if I saw that on a resume because of my personality, I would be intrigued. I'm like, oh, cool. They had the chicharrones to say something that was interesting on their resume. Cool. I want to read it. So I've given some people some potentially bad advice for what they're trying to do because I didn't understand it before. Because I say, look, you want to build your resume in a way that the person who's reading it will like you. That's because I self-select on the types of places where people read resumes. I want to be working with companies where there's a relationship that you have. But come to find out, a lot of companies just use a type of platform. It's an acronym I can't remember off the top of my head that literally just parses the PDF or the Word document and looks for keywords and then sorts you into a bin. And so a lot of advice that we would give for general consumption, don't just overload your resume with a bunch of bogus words and you try to be personable, because you want the person who's reading a resume to feel like you're a human they can connect with. A lot of that, it turns out, doesn't actually apply because you just put your resume in Microsoft Word, it parses it unzips it, parses the XML, sorts you into a bin, and then it just statistically assigns you a probability and moves on. And in that kind of a system, all of the bad advice that I would say never to do is pretty much the right thing to do. That just makes me feel pain inside. All right, we have somewhere here an estimate. Do we not? Maybe is it still in a PR? Hold on, let me get back over here. What branches do we have open? Let's take a look. "15 commits ahead." From what? This is kind of weird. In the overview, when it's like this, when it fits onto a single page, it's just this should be the overview. When you have only got less than 10 branches, it should just show the branches. Alright, so main is up to date here. I could have sworn there was some sort of... I had a fee estimator or something in here. Appraise. I wonder why did I not call it estimate? I had some reason for that, I'm sure. Ah! Definitely needs to have the word estimate in the comment. See if I have anything about change in here. Maybe it was under the examples. Maybe it's under something else. All right, let's go with the appraise. Okay, as I'm thinking about this, I have to also consider what the algorithm will look like. thinking about how coins should be split. Okay. Let's see here. Wait, how are we cycling back over to this? Because there's pages and pages and pages of music with piano, so why are we cycling over such a short list? I think I need to download this and figure out if the tag data is in the music and then just do virtual folders or something and play locally from a virtual folder. Okay, so I don't think I need to do this temp process anymore. Let's see. Okay, what was I doing? How was I estimating change at all? And here I don't think I was. I think I was just calling. Let's see, what's the amount that I want to pay? Bless my. All right, then we have less fees. Pay that amount, less fees. I think we want to go the other way on this. Get optimal UTXOs, get balance. Alright, so this is the case I need to think about. Is here's a bunch of UTXOs. Try to get the optimal UTXOs. Okay, this is create TX. Okay, so this is wrong, first of all, because this this is an output. Whoops. This is a single output. Okay, so this is really, this is not create TX as much as it is create a transfer. I'm trying to think of this. This should probably be okay, this should move up one layer. Handle should not go down into there. Okay. We're gonna move some logic around. What, the letter L? Okay, I don't think that's where that should go. Oops. Wrong direction. Hey everybody, how's it going? Okay. So, yeah, there we go. That's the right choice. Lift this out, make dependencies wide, not deep. So this now becomes really, this needs to become an output. All right, inputs and outputs. All right, we're actually going to do just one output for this. This is going to be single output transaction to keep it simple in the way that it already was. Okay. Okay. I'm going to try to make fewer changes rather than more here. We'll leave this as UTXOs for now. I want to change this as little as possible. Okay, how is create TX different from pay? Oh, pay is doing the whole thing. So over here, because we want a debug output, we're running the transaction separately. Yeah, because we wanted to have all this nice debug output. So we're running the transaction separately. Got it. Okay, coming back to it here. So since this function is not actually being used, I will go ahead and change. We're going from handle and Satoshis to, well, yeah, that actually makes sense to put that layering in here. Create TX is a little lower layer. Okay, do we do anything with the now other than pass it on? Yes, we do. Okay. Alright, let's see how this appraises. What? Oh, this is the test file. Got it. Inputs, inputs, outputs, outputs, inputs. That's it, huh? Oh. All right, so this logic is a little bit off. Sorry, it's just a lot of sitting and thinking on this because it's recursive logic. It's cyclic. More than recursive, it's cyclically dependent logic because you have to think about the fee is dependent on the number of inputs and outputs, and the number of inputs and outputs is dependent on the fee. So it's, I guess, limiting logic is the way to describe it. You know the minimum number of inputs and you know the minimum number of outputs. The minimum number of inputs is 1, the minimum number of outputs is 1. If you can't find a coin that can spend to that minimum amount within a threshold, so that there's a few different things. We want to pay at or above what someone is requesting to the individual. We want to pay at or above the required network fee. Let me write this down. What's the politically correct way to say this? Cash-like transactions. Just something I need to think about for a second. Okay. When we deal with cash, or even credit cards, we don't give exact change down to the 0.0001. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. For a cash-like digital currency, such as Dash, we should also follow the expectation of rounding. Pay at least the minimum transaction fee. For certain applications, such as Dash Direct, this may need to be turned off. All right, let's see what we've got here. So today, oh look, almost $7 higher than yesterday. So 62.70 times 0.001. So basically, we're looking at a margin of error of within the realm of 10 cents. So we could take that one more down, maybe. And then we're within the margin of error of less than a penny. So round up by a penny, round down by a penny. I think that pennies are kind of useless. I think 10 cents is actually a better way to go. So, but I think that we could say that the users could define what they think that this ought to be. Okay. Okay. So if Dash goes down below $10, then we move a little bit over. If Dash goes above $10, or maybe above $100, we move a little bit over. Something like that. Probably want to stay outside of the... Maybe, I don't know. Want it to always feel insignificant. I mean, that's more of a political question than a technical question, but I just got to think about this. And then we have to there needs to be a way to indicate buyer pays fees versus seller pays fees. Okay, so if politically we need two terms, and we need the terms to be politically correct. And the politically correct terms might be cash-like or irregular. Because if we use terms like public or private or fingerprint, those are politically charged. So I think cash-like and irregular. Irregular or unusual. Because irregular or unusual, they have a connotation of kind of negativity, bad, and that's what we want. Do you want... Or we could also call, another one would be greedy. And what's another word? Because it's not just greedy, but it's impolite. What's a word to say? Not just greedy, not just you want to get the most for you, but that you harm someone else in the process. We need a word for that. Okay. Anyway. Let me get back to this. So in order to make these estimates... Oops, where'd that go? Oh, it's raining now. Huh. I think we can do this in somewhat of a cyclic process. We can say get the optimal UTXOs. Oh, actually, there's one more thing. I think that the transaction fees should probably go to the denomination as well. And I think that higher denominations maybe should have higher transaction fees. And the reason for this, or higher transaction, well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's more likely that you're going to need more... Let's see. If you have to... The bills kind of need to be marked. It'd be nice if we just say every bill has a transaction of 200, but you need to consume that occasionally. So, what do you do here? Think about this, because we don't want to send just the minimal amount. We want to send the amount plus enough for a few extra transactions. But then I don't know if we do. Because that is a small amount of fingerprinting. It's not that big of a deal. But ideally, what we would like to have is fees get paid apart from the coin that is spent. The problem with that is that it ends up giving you a bunch of little fingerprints. Whereas if you put the fee amount in the money, you get much less of a fingerprint. Or the transaction fee amount. And so instead of having a transaction fee amount of 1 dash or 0.1 dash or whatever, you have it be 0.1 plus 200, 0.01 plus 200, 1 plus 200, and so on. And then that guarantees that it will always... that spending it will always be able to pay its own fee. I don't know. I got to think about that more. I might have to take a think break in a little bit, because I'm not gonna just go eat something, go for a walk or whatever. because what I'm concerned about right now is not so much the code as surrounding implications, which is stuff that I've stopped and paused and thought about before. But in order to write the code correctly, I feel like I need to get the transaction strategy correct. I wish we could just drop the fees to 0. I wish that we could side channel the fees. So by side channel the fees, I mean you pick a specific node on the network. Just like we do with CoinJoin. You pick a specific node on the network and you contact that node and you sign over some amount of Dash or some specific number of nodes. You sign over some amount of Dash so that when you do a transaction, and this would not be kept on the blockchain, which means that there's a possibility that the money could be lost. So it would need to be small amounts of money, say 10 cents at a time, the equivalent of 10 cents. You're going to send that out to the nodes that you want to use. And they're going to keep a local database that is not on the blockchain because we want to avoid the fingerprints. So you're going to send the money to them on the blockchain. But they're going to keep a local database to themselves of when you've spent money with them. And you can do so many transactions with that individual node. So if that master node goes away, you lose the 10 cents. You just lose it. It's gone. They kept it. You didn't get the services that they provided. But there could be some sort of reputation score. But it really needs to be, the transaction system needs to be a side channel. Or the transaction payment. The payment of services needs to be a side channel. It cannot exist in a cash-like system. It cannot exist on... I mean, maybe somebody's got a better way to think about this, but I can't think of any way that this could work. Because otherwise you're always having to fingerprint money. You're always having to ear tag it. And that's not cash-like. When we spend cash, it doesn't decrease in value as I exchange it from one person to the next. The act of me handing someone cash does not cause its value to decrease. So there have to be nodes that you can verify. So what I'd want to do, and this is not something I can necessarily solve right now, but something I want to think on. Maybe I'll just get the code implemented here, test it, and then go for a walk. Well, I can't really go for a walk because it's raining, but just do some headspace stuff because I want to get implement. Well, I know I know the greedy implementation is really simple. It's the cache-like implementation that's difficult. But the ideal would be no transaction fee but scattershot broker fee, scattershot reputation-based broker fee. So there's a master node that's been up for a year. I want to start doing transactions with it. It will be getting money for being a master node as part of block reward, but the transaction fees are not important. Then each masternode could charge whatever it wanted as a fee. You would pick masternodes that have the lowest fee. The masternodes are incentivized to exist because let's see. How could we do this? I'm trying to think. Anyway, so there's no per transaction fee as part of the network. But you need to somehow get your transaction out there. So you have to pick a masternode to publish your transaction. So you select from masternodes that have been long running, say masternodes have been running longer than a year, and then maybe the payment fees could be lower on masternodes that haven't been running as long. You know, just if it's an economic incentive structure, if you've been running a long time, your standard fee is 1 Satoshi per byte. But if you haven't been running a long time, then maybe your fee is you'll do a few transactions for free. But then, yeah, so that the network, the problem there is that eventually the block reward runs out. And so then, how would you handle that situation? I don't remember when that happens either. But I think a good way to go about it might be just to not have the block reward ever run out. Have it that the network always pays for the cost of the transactions, and that's just inflation. You know, you by participating in the system, there's a certain amount that you pay for participating in the system. And this also encourages spending, which is a double-edged sword because you need half the money held in the system, and if the value, but the inflation could be relatively small because someone ostensibly is going to buy it, just like what's happening now. I mean, what's happening now is there's constant inflation. Every 2.5 minutes or whatever, or I don't know when the super blocks come versus the regular blocks, but yeah, basically every 2.5 minutes there's a block reward. So every 2.5 minutes there's inflation. And so knowing that, people still buy Dash. It's a very small amount. You know, the inflation is pretty much insignificant. It is nothing compared to the speculative value. But anyway, let me think through this. How would this work? So you'd have no per transaction fee. You pay individually some masternodes. Those payments go on the blockchain. But then which payments you do with which masternodes would be just like CoinJoin. You would not necessarily you wouldn't be able to tell. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to tell which transaction was created by which transaction was associated with which transaction payment. I don't know, this is kind of confusing. Okay, but we can't do that now. What can we do now? Because that would require protocol level change. What can we do now? Because we always have to pay the fee from the money that goes in, so we either have to have specially very low denominated coins, And the problem with the low denominated coins is that the cost of transmitting the coin is pretty much equal to the coin. I don't know. I guess we could still do it. We could have cash denominations and transaction denominations. And this is something I actually suggested way back in one of my first meetings with Ryan, was stamps. And you could always have some amount of cash and some number of stamps in a transaction. But the stamps, the question is, do the stamps create more of a fingerprint than the cash does? I have to think about this. I have to write it down on a sheet of paper and think, okay, because if we put the amount in the denomination, we could say the stamp amount that's included with the denomination, and we could do this either way. We could have separate stamps, or we could have the stamps on the cash, which I think is the better idea. But the stamp being basically dust, stamp being another name for dust. So stamp is 000 00000. So 1 2 1. All right. So a stamp is basically. All right. So this is the number that 3 zeros, 4 zeros. Something like this. Okay. So a stamp would be any amount that is less than this, but it has to be whole numbers. So cash goes in doubles, wholes, and halves. So you got the unit, half of the unit, double the next unit down, the unit down, half the next unit down, double the next unit, or sorry, half of that unit, double the next unit down. Then half of the next unit down, then double, and as we get lower, you could just round those off, I suppose. But I think we wouldn't go any lower than this. And for the lowest units, it could make sense just to nick some of the intermediary denominations. Again, I'll just put this here for my thought process. Okay, but these are pretty much all of the cash denominations. I think the cash denominations stop at 1,000. I don't think they would go above 1,000. I think it would be special case of 1,000. And then you have the stamps. Okay, and I need to put this in a table. Anyway, so the idea would be that when you send out denominated money, yeah. It could be stamped all the way down to 200. But it could do any regular interval between there and 200. So let's think about this. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4. And here you have 1, 2, 3, 4. But then we could go 500 or 200. So this would kind of be the special case. As that you have 1,000, 500, or 200 would be your stamp values. And so whenever you're sending money, all the money that you send, you want it to include some stamp value on it. But you couldn't go down to 200 because it would cost more than it's worth. Let's see, I forget what the cost is per each. I need to look at that real quick. Maybe we could just always calculate the cost as though there's going to be 2 inputs and 2 outputs. What is that? What does that come to? And that could be basically the base cash-like fee structure that we're aiming for. Let me see this. Okay, dash dot. No. Okay. So which costs more? Inputs? Or outputs? Okay, so the difference here, 306 to 340. $374. Okay, let me plot this real quick. Oh, by the way, another news. Server drives came. So I got a bag of 16 1 terabyte SSDs here. These guys. So I'm not sure if the servers have actually been shipped yet, but those are the storage drives. The OS drives were supposed to come today, but due to the weather, it's now saying that they're going to come on Saturday. So OS drives are a different brand, different capacity, because we don't expect to be doing a lot of writes on the OS drives, so we got ones that are a little smaller. And to get smaller drives than 1 terabyte from Crucial, the cost is almost the same. It's still pretty high, but getting them from Silicon Power, the cost is about half, and they're pretty much the same. Silicon Power drives are ever so slightly slower on benchmarks, but otherwise seem to perform about the same. They have the same technical specifications in terms of the caching and all that stuff. So just to save a little bit of money, which who knows, maybe it's not even worth it, but just to save a little bit of money, we went Silicon Power because the operating system drives are going to be in a mirror RAID, and then the storage drives are going to be in a Ceph cluster. And we're actually going to be doing 4 servers, not just 3. Well, actually, we're going to have a total of 6 servers. But it's not, well, 4 of them are for hosting services. 2 of them are kind of personal, or I don't know if personal is the right word, but I think they're, yeah, I don't know. Can't remember exactly what the reason. I'm not taking part in purchasing the other 2 servers. Not at this time, anyway. Okay, what was I going to do? I was going to open this up, and I was going to say, okay, inputs, outputs, mid, max. So 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2. And then I want to see what the difference was between them, which I think they kind of already have that calculated, but just want to put it in a spreadsheet. 372, 374. Oh wait, which one was this? 2 and 2? All right, 372, 374, and then 370, was it 376? Okay. But if we do 2 and 1, then it starts at 338. So 2 inputs, 1 output, 338, 340, 342. Is that what we're saying? Okay, but if we do 2 outputs and 1 input, oh, much less expensive. 225, 226, 227. So the variance was completely on the inputs. So if we had 1 input, 1 output, 191, 192, 193. That's what you normally see. And then if we had, this is not possible, but just to kind of look at the base size, you're looking at, it can't be right, 10, 10, 10. So if you didn't have any of those sections, I mean, this is just kind of an interesting way to look at it. But so what if we did, just kind of see, Okay, if we did 0 and 1, 44. So, and then if we did 1 and 0, 157. Okay. So this would tell us to prefer more outputs to more inputs. It's cheaper to break things down than it is to assemble them together. Oops. I'm going to move this down just a little bit here just so we can see. Okay, what if we had a theoretical 0 inputs and 2 outputs? Not possible, but just to kind of look at the numbers. 78, 78, 78. Alright, so all the variances on the inputs. I knew that already, but just to look at it again. Three of 4, 3 of 6, 3 of 8. Okay. Okay. So. Well, that's almost a straight doubling. So let me just see that again. If we were to put 3 in here. Alright, yeah. So that makes sense because it's where the signature is. And again, I've already done this calculation before. It's in the code. It's nice to see it in a spreadsheet. To have a sense of it in that way. Yeah, and then the spread goes to 3. Okay, so how's it going, everybody? Oh, cloud cover's changed. Maybe I should just put the ISO on auto. Let's see what happens if I do that. The problem is, well, I think that's a little too dark. There we go. We can try that. Keep it on auto and see how it fares. Because the problem is that then I go out of frame and I come back in frame. I guess I'm mostly here. Maybe I'll just keep it on auto. It'll probably be fine. Anyway. Okay, so we're basically looking at the overhead is about 10 bytes. And then we're pretty much doubling. And when we go from here to here, we're just slightly shy of doubling. And then we go to here again. And we're slightly shy of tripling. Okay, so let me think about that. And really the mid is where we should focus. Okay, let's think about this in a realistic scenario, though. You know, we're going to have, you know, say 20 inputs for something. Then how does that scale? I'll do this. Var inputs.length equals Oops. So I have to be thinking around. Yeah, the greedy one doesn't even make sense at this scale. It's good to see these in perspective. We're talking a difference of 40 sats between the mid, and max. It would just never make sense to try to go for the min. Just the complexity of, you'd never make any gains back. All right, let's change it to 100. Which I actually think that these ought to be somewhat symmetrical in the general case. Okay. Okay. And so when we're looking at a number that's that large, what does this start to get into? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 8 zeros, right? I think it's this amount. Oh, dang it. Point 0, 0, 0, 0. Yeah. Okay, so the transaction cost on sending 100 right now. This is again, so this goes to, all right, that's 3 zeros in front. And then a 2. Okay, so typical transaction cost as of today would be about a penny if we did 100. If we were doing 100. So that's, I think that's pretty good. I think the average transaction is probably going to take somewhere between, well, I'd have to look at numbers for it. This is good. I'm glad I put this in a spreadsheet so I can kind of noodle around this. And then we need to say equals times 62.7. Right, so dash to dollars. Okay, and then this was 50, so that number becomes a 5. And this was 70. So that number becomes a 7. But then this is dollars. Can we get this formatted in cents? Does it allow that? Data. More formats. Do we have a cent custom currency? No. We can't do cents. Oh, whoops. All right. So a fifth of a cent. So it could go up to a cent. So... But it would be hard to need 100 of these. I think 20 is about the right number. No matter how big the transaction is, unless you're trying to do something very, very specific in terms of Okay, so we need we need another thing here. We need to indicate cash-back denominations. So that needs to actually be part of the query. Is we need to say not just how much would you like, but how would you like it? Do you prefer larger bills or smaller bills? Okay, and then let's see, what would the potential loss be in terms of if we were doing... Hold on. If we're let's consider the stamp scenario. Okay, whoops. Where we're doing, let's see, dang it, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, okay. So equals this number times this number then we can put a dollar value on that. A third of a cent. Actually, let's look at this again. So if we say everything always includes 200 Satoshi on it, okay, what was the difference between... What's the difference between these two? This minus... Actually, hold on. It'll be equals... This minus... This 148 is about the cost per each, right? Right, that makes sense. And the cost difference here is, let's see what that cost difference is. 34, yeah. Ah! Okay. So an output is worth about 34. And then the overhead. Wait, that doesn't quite make sense. Something there didn't quite add up, but whatever, I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, that number's about right. Okay. Okay, anyway. All right, I'm gonna go back to the code itself. And just noodle on a poor implementation for a second to get this through. Let's see. Okay, I got a package. I want to go check and see what that is. Maybe I'll just put pause on this for a bit. I think I'm just going to put pause on this and then come back to it. Let my brain kind of wander on it for a bit. And maybe come back in half an hour. I don't know. Because I'm kind of stuck on this whole, how do we make these transactions work? You know? What's the best strategy to accomplish this? And it seems that maybe, yeah, about 200 each isn't that big of a deal. I mean, I'm not quite there yet, but I am going to be coding this up. Right now, it's still kind of greedy implementation based. Okay, let me just get this out of the way. We can base the fee on 2 outputs easily. The fee estimate. Get balance. Get optimal UTXOs. Oops. There we go. All right, we're gonna go uber greedy, super minimum. Dang, trying to break down what this process should be like, it's actually really hard because it's dependent on a lot of factors that your brain can do instantaneously, but you know, well, it becomes a lot simpler if you're working in denominations. It's a lot harder when you're working with arbitrary values. But the greedy implementation is working with arbitrary values. Alright, so the problem with this is that this one's probably going to be way too large, which is fine if we're going to send change back, but whatever. Okay, try to use as few coins as possible. Yeah, that's definitely the greedy way. And that's pretty well understood. Okay. Alright, so we can't, if we can't just get one coin, then we know that full amount is going to be plus equals what are we saying, 147? I think we can get rid of that actually. So yeah, that's the per input cost. Let me just double check in DashTX. Min input size, yeah. 147. Okay. There we go. Try to keep it closer to the 50% probability. I don't know. Okay. Greediest of greedy. Okay. I think I need something a little better, though. Because really, what I'd like to return here in the greedy optimization, I think. See, how could we do this? I'd like to say that the last one that's included is only required if the fees are greater. I don't know. I wish that these were exact numbers. I wish they didn't have a spread on them. Okay, let's say I need to figure out what are the chances. Because this number, the mid is pretty much always going to stay around 75%, but the minimum becomes decreasing. Because when there's just one input, yeah, I think the spread between these two actually gets bigger and bigger. Let me see if I can noodle this out mathematically. What's the math on this? For every, it's 50%. So 50% of the time it's going to be this number. And then 100% of the time I guess 75% of the time, one of these will work. Is the thing. Okay. So, it's coin flips. Can we do this in Google Sheet Map.pal? There's probably a more direct way to do this too. Okay, so number of coins is equal to this times 2. Yep. Oh, whoops. I was going to accept the suggested. What if there's a number? Yeah, so that was pretty difficult to try. I think we ought to just, even in the greedy algorithm, let's see, let's expand this out here. Hold on. Oops. Three, 4, 5. Yeah, this, whoops, that's not scaling the way that I thought it would, but that's okay. 3, 4. based on the number of inputs, we have to start pretty quickly moving towards the other value here. Is that really how it scales? I mean, I guess, yeah, it should make sense. It's kind of a geometric pattern. You're cubing? Is that what we're doing? No, we're not quite cubing. What are we doing? What is this operation? Anyway. Yeah, so if we were at... yeah, less than or equal to 2. It's reasonable. Well, let's see, because I is actually starts at 0, which is actually 1. So I'll actually put it. So go through 0. There we go. Less than 2. It becomes astronomically unlikely. Astronom. I wonder if that's... intuitively that makes sense. But is that actually the case? Alright, so what's the likelihood, if that's the likelihood that 100% will be heads, what's the likelihood that 25% will be tails? Likelihood that 25% will be tails. That's not quite what I want either. That's not working out. Hold on. Did I do that right? I think it's like this. Only one of the options will ever be here. But 75% of the options will always be I don't remember how to explain this. Okay, whatever. I'm moving away from it. What? Okay, so at 2 inputs, we then go down to 6.2. Okay, what is it? 6.25? Okay, 1.56. Which isn't so bad. Wait. I'm just going to leave it at 2. We need some sort of option to retry. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I do need to open back up DashTX and figure out. Let's see. Let's just see here. One, two, three, 4, 5. Wow. I'm gonna grab these. What's up, everybody? This song's too intense. I'm moving it away. Okay, so if we're moving decimal place over twice, it'd be that way. Can you imagine doing 500,000 signatures to try to save yourself in 20 sats? That's not... I guess if you're only constrained by your transaction volume, how many of those... maybe it takes you... If you're only doing a transaction a minute, maybe it's worth it. Okay. All right. Moving on. So with this get optimal UTXOs, the other thing is that if we know that we're using an algorithm that does regenerate signatures, then we should just retry with the optimal UTXOs over and over again until it works. And we don't need the fee estimate here because we got a fee estimate there. So this gives us the amount of UTXOs we should try with. Yeah, this gives us the number of UTXOs that will work. Yes. Okay, so this is the optimal number of UTXOs that are guaranteed to work within an acceptable amount of time. And the other thing is, in all likelihood, that the one sat is really the edge case, right? It's almost always you're going to get UTXOs that are more than the difference of that one sat when you combine them together. It's just for the particular, that's really just an edge case. All right, so we did make that more accurate. I do kind of want to put that in the README. Cost of a transaction. All right. Oops. Oh, whoops. That should just be fee amount. Okay, here's another thing we need to know. We have to also put in here into this calculation the cost of an output. Yeah, okay. So next fee. Hold on, let me back this up. Okay, so the thing that I need to calculate here is I also need to include the calculation of the output if the full amount... Okay, so if the full amount is greater... let me think about this. Hold on. If the difference is okay, no. This is good as is. Okay, I was getting too low level. It's 34 sats is the cost of the output. If it's so, yeah, we can't hit an edge case on the output because the dust amount is something like 20,000, around 20,000, I think. So if the dust amount is around 20,000, if it's less than dust, then we just give it to the network. And if it's more than dust, then we send the change back. Yeah, okay. Okay, I like this song so much that I'm going to save it for later. I've heard it too much. We're going to go back to classical, chiptune, folk. Folk and ambient, I get some tags on, or I get copyright notices on. So I'm going to go back to chill, but I think I'm going to figure out how... I need to figure out how to take the local downloaded version of these and put them in a playlist by their category on the website. That's what I need. Because the reason that I don't just play from the local download is that the local download is sorted by date, not by category of song for OC Remix. Okay. Here we go. Okay, there's the output size. And this should move into DashTX as well, the dust amount. Okay, this needs to go somewhere else. Ah. Okay, I think I can redo this calculation quite differently now. I don't think I need the less fees in here anymore. Well, maybe I do. Okay. But this needs to go back into the less fees area then. I see that I need another appraise function that has the number of inputs and the number of outputs as what it takes. I think I might need to change this one to work that way. Let's see, did I already declare 1.0? I don't think anybody's using this, but if I did declare 1.0, then I need to leave it. No, 1.0. So one thing that we need to do over here is we need to say in practice, it seems that this is most useful not for TX info as a whole, but for the number of inputs and outputs. Perhaps a dual I don't think appraise is right. I don't remember why I didn't go with estimate. I had a reason for it. I think it's because something else was already called estimate. It doesn't seem quite right. The heart beats with the rhythm of the something something. Geomon's Great Adventure. Okay. Okay, so along with that get optimal, let's see. All right, I think I'm getting there. I bet there's I bet there's some way to do this. I know I'm too hung up on this, but it's just, again, it's for the greedy style transactions, which aren't even the ones that I want. If you have to pay a sat more, you'll want to know why. And so I'm thinking, what is the point at which, I don't know. Because there is some algorithm that will produce, you could give it a likelihood. Say, how many times do you want to try to sign a transaction to get the lowest possible price? And you give it a percentage. This is, okay. So here's what, this is a benchmark I want to do. We're going to do a benchmark to find out how many signatures we can do per second. And then I'm going to make a query of how long do you want to spend trying to get the lowest possible price? I think that would be interesting. Again, it's one of those things my brain is getting triggered on that it should not be. Okay, so this looks good now, though. So if the amount of fees okay, It's so much easier to read once you adopt this style of not evaluating expressions instead of an if statement. So the balance minus the satoshis. Okay. All right, so we round in favor of the network, not the individual. Okay. So then our fee estimate is equal to balance minus satoshis. Oh, whoops, what's this? Duplicate identifier now. Yeah, actually, I kind of do agree with my original thought on this. There we go. Okay, change. I was gonna go up and make an outputs array. let's see. Balance Satoshi's outputs. Okay. All right, where was I at here? There we go. This makes sense. There we go. Alright, so only 2 operations happening here. I wonder if I could... that's just how it's going to go. It's going to go in there. I don't like having such a big if block, but oh well. Alright, so I think we finally arrived. Wait, why are we saving the cache here? I don't actually understand why we're saving the cache here. I wonder if it's because of this next wallet address thing or something. I'm going to keep with that for now, because I don't remember why we're doing the save here. My guess is that it's because we just did some sort of lookup. And we want to have that lookup saved if we're doing a bunch of them. But I don't actually know. Alright, temp TX change. And then we don't need to do all this fee re-estimate because we know what that is. So we don't need to do fee re-estimate. There is, well, Don't send dust back as change. We already did that. All right, there we go. There's our outputs. Oh, I just had an epiphany. Okay, so if the person requesting the money, if the application that's requesting on their behalf can request the cash drawer amount, then if money is being mixed up or if it's being mixed down, it remains cash-like. Because if I need to take some money and put it together, or if I need to pull it apart, if I need to put a bunch of 5s into a 20, or if I need to take a 20 and split it into 5s, it makes no difference. So my idea that I had before about, well, we'll always send back change back to self, not necessarily, because often if you've got good cash flow, then your cash drawer is most likely going to have the denominations that you need. And then this can also be a preferential thing where you will send the amount that you have, and if it's not what the other person prefers, that's fine. If you say, hey, can you break a 20 for me, and I can't break a 20 for you, then I just don't break the 20. I just give you the 20. We exchange 20s. That's it. But yeah, that would be a really good way to do it, is just breaking change. If the equivalent of CoinJoin was just asking to break change. And so every time you want to break change, you just send out a request to the network, hey, I'd like to break some change. And then other people that have some denominations that they could use to break. I'd say, yeah, I'll break that. Yeah, I like that idea. But again, if only we could get it without the transaction fee. Because there shouldn't be no difference between a coin join, a transaction, and breaking change. The three should look identical from the outside perspective. If those three operations look identical, then we have cash-like transactions. Otherwise, we have greedy transactions, or irregular transactions, or high entropy transactions, whatever we want to call that. Okay, so there we go. Output amount. Wait, okay, we already did the change. It looks like, I don't know if I'd call it cruft per se, but it looks like this was supposed to go with that. Okay, so we do need to wrap the dash site instant send because we need to record. We don't want to just create the transaction and send it out. So DashTX is going to need to absorb some of this logic. We don't just want to have the wallet this is one case where dependencies need to be a layer deep. If you're using the wallet functions to do the calculation of the transaction and the send of the transaction, the calculation of the transaction maybe doesn't need to be here. DashTX maybe needs to take on more of that burden. Or maybe it does, because the difference... Okay, defining the greedy versus the cash transaction, actually I kind of would like, philosophically I'd like to move it into DashTX so that people who use DashTX use normal transactions, cash-like transactions. Because they may not want to use this wallet, but if they use DashTX, then they can be doing cash-like transactions. And if we make the lower level primitive have that as the default, that would be good. So philosophically, I do want to put that logic, once I feel like I've gotten it right, I want to push that down. It'll be a few extra functions that for some people won't be necessary, because they'll choose not to do cache-like transactions. But well, you gotta have the logic there either way. So I think I'll keep the greedy logic somewhere. Just the function name, you know, just a little bit of maybe like, you know, create TX, create rude TX. Rude might be the right way to put it. And rude is the right word, because rude is, this affects other people. So even if, because a greedy transaction, like whatever, I want to be greedy for myself, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with an individual being greedy with their own, you know, within their own sphere. But rude is a little bit better of a word, because rude communicates that not only are you doing something that someone else could poo-poo you if they saw you do it, like greedy, you know, but rude is clear that you're actively doing something that infringes upon someone else's well-being. So we could call it maybe a respectful versus a rude transactions. I don't know. Okay. I need to write down that epiphany. If I could remember what exactly it was. There should be no difference between a payment breaking change and a coin join. If that's the case, we don't need extra payments back to self. But if we do need payments back to self for any reason, so here's the thing, if we do need change back to self, it should always be multiple. That's my thought. Also, the algorithm here, it needs to be easy to port to other languages. It needs to be really easy to describe. And we should have reference tests. Now the reference tests we should base on. We don't. I guess we don't really need to worry about anything because transaction costs. We don't have to worry about single values off of transaction costs. See here. Well, another word we could use is clean. Clean and dirty. Ooh, that's okay. That one's a little bit better because there's a little bit of a moral edge to it. Because clean is better than dirty. We know dirty is morally wrong, but it's not quite as pokey. As rude is a little bit maybe too overreaching. It's a little too, snobbish. But dirty might be the right word. Dirty might be the most right word for a greedy transaction, a dirty transaction. Greedy transactions are dirty. Irregular transactions are dirty. Respectful transactions are clean. Normal transactions are clean. Cash transactions are clean. Clean transactions are cash-like. I don't like saying it the other way around, actually. I'm going to rephrase this. Okay. Just trying out the wordplay here. Ryan, I'd like your input on this. You've heard me going back and forth on this, for a bit now. You're not seeing as much coding as just me putting my head down, thinking about, how do these things need to balance? How does this need to work? Blah, 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 blah. But I think these are the two epiphanies. Is clean, cache-like, and dirty. I like it. I think this is much more than the code. Maybe. I mean, the code has to be implemented to support this, but I think that this can be implemented. I think that both of these things can be implemented without any protocol changes and without anything from the core group. I mean, there do need to be changes from the core group in the sense that we need to get the mobile wallet and Bitcore, the major wallets that people in the Dash ecosystem use would need to be updated. See, this is a little bit of a problem because it has to be infectious and in a reverse way. It has to be viral but clean. And this is absolutely the opposite of what Bitcoin is, because Bitcoin is dirty by default, and people want greedy transactions in Bitcoin because the transaction fees are tens of dollars. So in Bitcoin, is it BTC to USD? All right, so if we're talking about what's our SAT cost here? Okay, so we're gonna say okay. Well, that's actually not quite so bad. This would mean that a transaction that needs a lot of coins, 20 coins, would come out to being about $1. So that's not so bad. But what is it that Bitcoin transaction costs are based on? Below $1. Okay. So my guess is that would actually end up being closer to $60 in this case. Because that's... Hold on. Alright, so it's going to be... It's going to be... Yeah. Yeah, that's... Okay. So this is the appropriate adjusted cost. So clean transactions in Bitcoin would be very expensive. They're going to be. Oh, this is just earlier this year? Okay. So still, yeah, the difference of 50 cents or whatever. I don't know how you'd get that across the ecosystem. I mean, you'd have to get strong buy-in for the Dash tools. The Dash tools really would have to be the better experience. They would have to be the thing that people wanted to use on purpose. And that people, when they did Dash, the only reason that they go into some other app like Edge is because they want to exchange out somewhere else. Yeah. But let's see, on average, I think on average it should be probably the number of digits times 3. So, if I just pick a couple random numbers, it's going to be 1 coin for that, 2 coins for that, and then 4 coins for that. So 3 times 3 is 6. 9 is going to be the worst offender. That's going to need 3 in total. So no, we should be able to say 2, because 9 is a 5 and 2 2s. So that's 3. And then 3 is a 2 and a 1. So that's up to 5, and a 5 is a 1. So it's up to 6. So I think this is actually a pretty good representation of what a transaction would be on average, because if we went to 8, 8 would still be a 5, a 2, and a 1. If we went to 7, that would be a 5 and a 2. So the worst that you can do are 9 and 8. So we could statistically figure out what the average is, but intuitively my sense is that the average is going to be actually probably just 2 times the number of digits. So if if we were to do this and say there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 digits, then 2 times the number of digits is 10. And we already said that this is going to be 3, 2, 1, so it's 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's, I think on average, that would be correct. We could also break this down, actually. Let me just do this real quick. I'm going to break this down. So, digit coins needed. So, for 9, we would need a 5, a 2, and a 2. So that's 3. For an 8, so I'm just going to put this here. 5, 2, 2. For an 8, we're also going to have 3, because that's a 5, a 2, and a 1. For a 7, we're going to have 2, because it's a 5 and a 2. For a 6, we're going to have 2, because it's a 5 and a 1. For 5, it's only going to be 1. For 4, it's going to be 2. For 3, it's going to be 2. For 2, it's going to be 1. For 1, it's going to be 1. Which is going to be, that's a 5. That's a 2 and a 2. And then there is a mathematical formula. They use it for, I think, elections and stuff to figure out what the likelihood of a number being higher versus lower and that sort of thing. But yeah, so here's what you're looking at. The higher the number, the more likely it is that you need more. But there's only 2, so really, I mean, we can't assume an even distribution, but we could look at prices in general. We know that there tend to be more 9s. So there could be an argument for maybe, what, a 7 and a rather than a 5 and a 7, or a 2 and a 7. I don't know. There probably could be some other denomination which would make more sense, but for the way that people actually price things, because they always tend to price, $9.99. But once you add in tax, then that $9.99 actually becomes, a much nicer number. But still, if something was $9.99.99, then the number of coins that you would need would be, you'd never need 20 coins. You'd need very, very few coins on average. Coins. There I go again with the coins. I don't know why my finger can't not put the T. But yeah, so 3, 3, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1. So if you look at that, most often you need 2 transactions. So there's 4. There's only 2 where you need 3. And there's 3 where you need 1. So you actually tend towards, if I'm not mistaken here, on average, you tend towards slightly less than 2 per digit. So that's assuming a random distribution, but I think the distribution won't be random. It'll tend towards 9 and 7. So, and 5 and stuff. So, yeah. But in person-to-person transactions, it won't tend towards 9, because we like sales numbers. We like to price things at $19.99, whatever. But I'm just gonna, when it comes down to it, if you're charging me $19.99 and it's a person-to-person transaction, I'm just gonna give you $2,000, because it's not worth a hassle to get a 1 back, And then if we're doing this from the perspective that and this is coins needed to not get change back, but if we're doing this request scenario where say, hey, I would like it to be broken this way, well then you can put in some number of coins, more than what you actually need, and then give your own self change back, perhaps in a higher denomination. Or you might just want to do that anyway. If somebody wants some denomination, just depending on what you want to do, you can just pretty much throw the dice and say, and that's the way that it should be. That's the way that a cash transaction should work. But the distribution here, with an even distribution, which we're not going to have an even distribution because that's just not how we roll. I would say with a person-to-person transaction, it's going to tend towards 1.5 per digit, because people are going to price things 5, 10, 15, right? But with a merchant transaction, it's going to tend towards maybe 2.3, because there's going to be 9s. But then if the merchant transaction has to include tax, then the merchant transaction is actually going to go back to tending towards slightly less than 2. So your number of inputs required, realistically, for a common transaction, let's say a common transaction has 4 digits, you're going to be looking at 8. Let me just move this down. And if we say a common transaction has 3 digits, then you're going to be looking at 6. Is the average. So at that point, I think actually the argument could be made that if the number of inputs tends towards 6, then signing something 2,000 times, if you can sign it 2,000 times a second, I mean, this is a completely different scenario though, because the greedy tends towards 1. But the person to person, you're going to be in this range most of the time. Oh, and I said what should I call that? So it'll be interesting to see. That doesn't really make sense. Anyway, just got to think through this. It's just stuff that you got to spend. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to think through it faster. You know, it's. I wish I could, but it's not about the code. It's about the human experience. And then I got to figure out how to write code that optimizes for the human experience, not optimizes for what a computer would do to itself. And optimizes for the reason that we have these things. You know, why are we building Dash? We're building Dash because we think that there's a need for a cash-like money system. Okay. Yeah, okay, good. Good. Okay, sorry, I'm excited because people are basically talking about the value of a live wallet. This is essentially what people are talking about. Sorry, I got a little clap handsy excited there, but no, it's good to see that people's heads are starting to move in the right direction. Who knows if they'll get, When you stand and you look down the precipice and you say, hey, we need a bridge here, that's one thing. But do you start building a bridge, or do you start building a spider crawler helicopter time machine hybrid? You know, that's the question. Because what I'm gunning for is we need a bridge. We don't need the spider crawler interdimensional teleportational device. We don't need the hypothetical theoretical physics quasar machine. We just need a bridge. There's the chasm, and we just need the bridge. We take the arrow and we shoot the rope, old school, right? Someone on the other side catches it, and then they rope it, and then you heavier rope, and then you get the wood planks, we build the bridge. So what? Okay. There's like 1 billion messages that have gone on in this channel. Okay, cool. This is really cool. So apparently there is some nominal amount of buy-in on this idea. This is cool. This is cool. Of the live wallet, the conceptually what the live wallet is. It's the very simple, dumb, stupid caveman bridge. Except maybe cavemen weren't doing the bridges as much because of the whole arrow scenario or whatever. Oh, how do y'all like that double B, by the way? Yeah, everything I own has a B on it. That's not true. My other jacket doesn't. But anyway. Woof. Okay. It's good and scary to see that. Alright, now let's see if we can actually get this done. So sorry, a lot of this ended up being more discovery and some of it internal, but the thoughts, eventually getting out there. I'm really excited to see that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, so I don't need any of this. Let me get back to the TX. I'm going to be excited. I'm going to be excited if some of these ideas catch on, if people can see the vision. But at least if they can admit, if they can admit and agree that we need the bridge, that the goal is not the hyper quasar machine, the goal is the bridge. If we can agree on that and get moving in that direction, oh, that's exciting. Yeah, because so much of this Web3 stuff is, it's at the level of faster than light travel in time machines. We're gonna develop an algorithm that if we have the energy and we can harness the sun, we can produce a single transaction that's private. We'll only need a whole star worth of energy. And there's billions of stars. So all we gotta do is build a vacuum that can suck in the stars. And we know this can be done because I saw it in Star Wars Episode 9. Or was that? I don't remember which one it was actually. Okay. So I need to get back to DashTX and look back at the input on this. Where was I? I was going to do the sign. You may provide your own sign function as shown below. You may or you must? I'm thinking that might be a you must. It probably should be a you must. Keep the dependencies. Well, no. It probably should be a you may. It says you must. I might want to walk that one down. Alright, and the version we shouldn't have to provide, but I don't remember whether or not we do right now. Let me see if we do right now. Version should be set by default to 3. That looks like what we've got. Well, you say, okay, clean dirty sounds okay to me, rude is a step too far. I think that calling it rude as a function maybe a little too edgy. But as a description, no, because it is rude. It is rude to fingerprint the person you're transacting with. That is rude. It's rude in the way that it's rude to bring your muddy boots inside somebody else's house. If you want to take your muddy boots in your own house, meh, whatever. But to take your muddy boots into somebody else's house without asking is rude. You know, leaving footprints, fingerprints, mud tracks, whatever. That is rude. But yeah, I think clean and dirty is where I'm landing on this. All right, and then lock time 0. I think that one's also set by default. Yeah. Okay. So we do have to create something that has its own sign function. All right, where's DashTX going to go? Where is it? Oh, we haven't defined it yet. I need to double check on this. Do we have a fallback implementation? We do have a fallback implementation. So it is a you may. It is not a you must. Okay, good. Because I think that it's oh, it's down here. Coupling is so I'm against having it as a strict dependency. But the TX is so tightly coupled to the signature that having a default makes sense. Docs should be updated to show installing both and a section for override. Yeah, this is one of those cases where we could make a breaking change where we remove it in the future, but we should have something there. Okay, so with that, because this does, and the reason we have the create is because we do need magic bytes and such and such. Also, Ryan, on that clean dirty note, okay versus good. The transaction that we want people to make who buy into the ethos of what Dash is, that transaction type has one name. The transaction type that is typically done by default has another name. And I don't think that it should be... I think it should be create TX and create dirty TX. I think that's what it should be. Because people will gravitate towards clean and they'll wonder, why would I do dirty? And then they'll see that the problem with dirty is this. So a clean TX will create cache-like transactions. A dirty TX will not. But then with that, I think that this... I think that what it should come back with is probably the suggested denominations, because I don't want to have a hard dependency on dash HD, but really in order for it to, you either have to say, hey, give me your next 100 unused addresses. Yeah. There's something there. There's something there. I'm not quite sure where it should go. Okay, anyway. So all the way down here, where'd my TX info go? Do we have TX info? We don't have TX info presently. Okay, so I need to do let TX info equals, and predominantly this is going to be inputs, inputs, outputs, outputs at this point. And then DashTX dot hash and sign all. And I think we said we do want to have addresses in here. Utils adder to pub key hash. Okay, but we still have this, and this should go to dash keys. I think, yeah. Let me see what we've got in terms of depths here. I think that's wrong. Oh, did I miss something? So I do need to do the adder to pub key hash. Now, which ones need the pub key hash on them? Because I think the inputs actually need a script too, right? Or is that... I think the inputs have everything that they need on them. I could be wrong. The output definitely needs pub key hash. Okay, and the output, we're going to... No, the input we need to be able to assign, right? So, wait, how are we doing that right now? We're passing... Oh, we were going to pass this get private key function. Right, I don't like that. So we need TXID. Let's see. Okay, TX input. That makes sense. Okay. So my first real use of this thing, outside of itself, well, I guess that would constitute the real part of the real use. Okay, so does the hash and sign all accept keys? Hash and sign all. That does accept keys. Okay, so in the previous version of this, whiffs. Where did whiffs come from? So I actually would prefer to get this with the private keys. Let's see if this will currently work with whiffs, because I think it should. Maybe it should, maybe it shouldn't. All right. Pretty sure Dash Keys does have whiff to priv key. Yeah, it does. Good. Okay. Oh, where's... Oh, wait, you know what? It's actually not the right way to go about it. Okay. Hash and sign all will give us TX info transaction. Alright, there we go. So this one, where was this at? Mark failed coins and retry. Okay. I think that this process here should actually be separate and distinct from the next process. I think another reason I wanted to do fee estimate rather than or appraisal rather than fee estimate, because fee estimate has to do with network costs, and we're not dealing with network costs. We probably need to have something in there. Well, we could PR that in the future. I mean, I think we're a ways away before we hit our 40 transactions per second limit. Okay. Alright, so if I'm not mistaken, this is done. Now we just have to try it out. probably going to fail. But either way, I got a break. It is dinner time crept up on me. Let's see, what do I need to do? I probably can't. We're gonna need to fail at this point. And I'm gonna need to try this out on my other screen. What I need here in my other wallet, I'm gonna go ahead and add my John Doe. So John Doe is my dev, how I'm going to get money back and forth between the instances here. So I'm going to do send John Doe. We're going to go with 0.5. Looks like we had a holdover there. Probably need to submit that as a bug fix. All right. Getting a different error. What is this? I'm just going to stash all of this. Somebody's got to have the stats on how many large versus small bills you should have on hand. You're more likely to break large bills into small bills. And you're more likely to need small bills than large bills. Oh, dinner time. Okay. I'll be right back. I think we can fix this before I'm done for this session. But I need to go grab something. Okay, I'm back. So, the operating system drives came for the servers. So these ones we got silicon power because they're a little cheaper and they're going to be mirror rated, so it's not as big of a deal if, well, not as big of a deal, but it's a newer brand. I've had really good experiences with them over the years, but I've never used their SSDs. I've used their micro SD cards. In fact, that's what this is recording to right now. I'm surprised it hasn't failed, because it does typically fail after about 4 hours of recording. It's usually right when I'm about to end the stream. It'll fail. And then it just has to unmount and remount. So I think it gets too hot or something. I'm not really sure. But generally you don't subject micro SD cards to those kind of conditions, so I'm not too broken up about it. Okay, so let's see, fix. I'm going to call that a typo because I don't know what else to call it. It's not really a typo per se, but we're going to go with that. Okay. Alright, there's another typo or problem. It looks like it's coming from wallet line 925. Info raw and keys. Let's see what I get when I run it over here. Oh, inputs are null. What? Oh. I think because I pulled that one. There we go. I need to rename UTXOs to inputs all throughout, but I didn't do that yet. Okay. Let's, how about we maybe not log the keys? Okay. I think I also need to, I'm just going to do a little quickie here. And I'm just about to have to go back in because I have to swap the lasagna, pull the lasagna out of the oven. I gotta go pull the lasagna out of the oven. Okay, I'll be back in just 2 minutes. Maybe. I'm going to set the timer for 2 minutes. We're going to put up, I got to go get the door. The oven door. Well, there goes. Time to get the lasagna out of the oven. Timer's going off. Lasagna's burning. Lasagna's burning. Burned myself right through the hot pad. But don't worry, it's okay. It was one of my typing fingers on one of my typing hands. But the hot pad protected it maybe enough. That was brutal. Okay. Alright, where are we at here? I don't think I'm living up to the example on the example page. Okay, my inputs have TXID, output index, script, and that contains the public key. Or that doesn't contain the public key, but it contains the pub key hash. Okay. Let me see where it's trying to... It's trying to get some information it doesn't have. Let me see if I can figure out what information it doesn't have that it's looking for. Adder to pub key hash. Okay. Is this anywhere else? Okay, pub key hash is spelled differently than pub key. Got it. And that's okay. Calm down. Calm down. Come on. Urgh! Come on, tooling. All right, hold on. Yeah. All right. Public status. Adder to PKH, if I recall correctly. All right. All right, let's try it one more time. All right, looks like everything was signed. Ooh, other than that we have a weird object promise in there somewhere that there shouldn't be. Probably right there. Oh, darn it all. Darn it all, darn it all, darn it all. Yeah, these map functions are pretty much useless in JavaScript. They could have been really cool, but, you know, infighting or whatever. I don't know why. I really don't know why we can't have nice things, but I know that we cannot have them. All right, let's try. Okay, char code at. That might be bytes. I'm not sure if it's bytes and it's supposed to be hex, or if it's hex and it's supposed to be bytes, but something like that it looks like. Okay, let's try bytes. Yeah. Okay, let's try pkh hex equals dash keys dot utils dot. Is it bytes to hex? No, yeah. To hex pkh hex. Let's try this. Okay, that looks right. And then shall we try it all the way? Shall we not process.exit and see what happens? Requested 400, not okay. Darn! Well, I'll whip commit this, because we're mostly there. Something's missing, I'll use the transaction debugger to figure it out. Okay. It's not used anywhere. Okay, I've got to go. Let's see. It looks like maybe it's just you, Ryan. I'm not sure. So I'm not going to do the raid, but I think that we have raid capability now. When we come back, this is going to be really nice, I think. I'm looking at the transaction here, just looking at it. It looks good. I'm going to have to run the debugger over it because I got a request 400 not okay, but this could be that same daggone issue that keeps popping up with the difference between the encoding on the body, whether it's JSON or URL encoded, with the Inside API, because that's what we've been getting quite a bit. So I may be fixing that anyway. Yeah, generally happy with where things are going here. Really, actually, really happy. Really happy with the discovery process. And glad that we pretty much got the code there, just a little debugging to do. Okay, so with that, thanks for tuning in. Whoop, I didn't need to do that yet. And I will catch you next time. Adios.